Welcome, Lovington sports fans and everyone in this world who's able to get this. Of course, you can get this worldwide right here on No Mark Broadcasting Network. Thank you very much for being here as Lovington takes on Artesia in the doubleheader, and it's not going to be an easy one for Lovington. It never is. Of course, we'll be talking about that in a moment. Thanks again for being here. This is Ron Gunner. I am taking the spot of TJ Miracle. I am no miracle, but I do know that he is on assignment right now, so he will be back for the next game. Nevertheless, so I will be covering these two games for you as Artesia once again does take on Lovington. The defending champions come in here with 14-7 as their record, an 8-game win streak, and they also have a 9-1 home record. So that's going to be tough to beat. They've been beating some, actually they beat Hobbs in 1 out of 2. That was in Hobbs. And they played other 5A teams as well. So Artesia, of course, always brings their A game. Lovington, just a little young. That's what Coach Christian Cruz said. As he, you can see from the lineup in itself that this is a young team. They're going to be growing and learning and growing at the same time. Meanwhile, Artesia has been around together for at least a couple of years. They went back to, got these seniors who were sophomores at the time when they lost a heartbreaker in the 2024 championship game to Grant's Pirates. Final score was 5-3 on that one. So last year, of course, they did win the championship. Would like to do it again and complete what some people would say would be the cycle or the circle or whatever. But nevertheless, so this is going to be for Coach Jackson Bickle along with Gentry Doolittle. It'll be Robert Fernandez, another coach, along with Tony Armilla and Taylor Knoll. So all those, and let's go ahead and talk about that streak of 8 games, 8-game losing streak that Lovington has against Artesia. They also have on their own right now an 11-game losing streak, and they started off 7-3. Now they're 7-14, 0-4 in the district, while Artesia 4-0 in the district at number 2. We're looking pretty well as far as their confidence in being able to get in the playoffs and get up to a high seed, maybe even number 1, then get over the hump of what is known as the Goddard, and the Rockets, of course, are flying high as well. So, yeah, Goddard is number 1. It is Artesia number 2, and this area is always strong with talent on the high school level. So let's look into what the lineup is going to be for today. It's going to start off with Jet Fuentes. He was one of the guys that was on the team. Actually, most of these seniors were on the team back in 2024. So Jet Fuentes is going to be playing at shortstop. Then he'll be batting first. Derek is a senior as well. Derek Warren is going to be at second base. Batting third will be Jack Byers. He is going to be the pitcher. And let's see. Oh, and that's what I'm hearing. So Jack Byers is the pitcher. Let's see if I've got any numbers on him. He has a 2.13 ERA, so pretty good. One of the lesser of the bunch, but nevertheless, though, still outstanding as far as production for this Artesia team. Coming up next will be wearing number 9. That's DeLeon Pacheco. This time around, he'll be at first base, the senior. Senior Jet Whitmar is going to be at center field. And actually, no, yep, he is a senior. So we've got Brent Usherwood, who is going to be catching today. He is a senior. It is Elijah Carrasco, will be at third base. And Elijah is a junior, one of the few. Right, the only one in the lineup that is not a senior. So this is a stacked team of really good, experienced players. We also have Diego Morales. Morales will be in right field, and Diego is a senior. Charlie Campbell, I believe that's Charlie Campbell the 4th. He is going to be a senior, of course. He is this year, and he'll be in left field. And one of those that is very strong on the bat, as well as his fielding skills are pretty darn good. So let's see, is there anything else to talk about with Artesia other than the fact that they are a juggernaut right now and they're trying to get back into the championship once again? Only have, looks like for the moment anyway, Goddard to have to contend with so far, although Lovington today as we go into the doubleheader. So we're going to start off with the lineup for Lovington now as once again, Coach Christian Cruz. First one up is going to be Paul Sanchez. He'll be in left field. It'll be Jude Madrid at shortstop. He is a freshman. Of course, Paul is a junior. Auden Paredes is a junior. He'll be at first base. Juan Spadovia is going to be pitching today. He is a senior. It'll be Peyton Thurman is going to be at third base, and he is a sophomore. Sophomore Jonah Wood will be catching today, and he'll be in sixth batting. Dallas Barrera is seventh, sophomore, and he'll be in right field. Jeremy Romero is going to be the designated hitter. And then it'll be Tristan Barraga. Sorry, that is Barraga. And he is going to be at second base. And Adam Rodriguez coming in, and he'll be the bottom of the order in center field, the senior. And that will be it. So we've got a good game going on today as far as both sides. We're going to be getting the lineups. We got the lineup now. We're going to get the national anthem here in just a second or two. Let's go ahead and pause for a moment, get you a break, and be back in a moment as we get started. Right here, we're going to be on Lovington Sport 2 as well as on Lee County News and Sports on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Thank you very much for being here. This is Ron Gunner once again taking the spot of TJ Miracle, who's on assignment. Be back in a moment. Until then. All right, we are back. Thank you much for being here as we get this underway here in just a moment. As you can see, Artesia is already warming up to get started on the defense. Yesterday was Artesia and Lovington tying it up 1 at the end of 1, but then that's pretty much when similarities ended, and that's when Artesia blew up in the second. I believe it was 12 runs. Final score again, as you know, 22-8 was the final. Lovington tried to come back in the last 2 innings, but just could not get enough. But hey, you know what? Say this. At least they were able to get some scores, runs in. And I don't know about you, but sometimes that feels just as good as not losing by a whole lot or losing by a close game, which a lot of people say losing by a close game is harder than being blown out. And I believe that. I know. It's when you get close to make a couple of mental mistakes and lose the game because of that's what sticks with you in your mind. So let's get into it once again as we see pitching for Artesia once again is going to be Jack Byers. First batter up for Lovington. Here he comes. This is going to be Paul Sanchez. I wish I had some numbers for you, but nevertheless, though, he is going to take, and he did have a couple of good hits yesterday. So Paul Sanchez getting into the box. And we are, as they say, underway. I believe this is going to be a fast delivery on these from Jack. First one's on the way, hit, and it's going to go back. It's going to be a bit of a blooper as he throws it to first. Oh, bit over the head. That's going to be an error. As the runner gets to second, he's going to go all the way to third, actually, on that error. So that is an E1 for the most part, and he gets on at third. Let's see what we got here. Had a moment. I still have a moment. Going to go ahead and discuss this one already with Coach. With looks like that's Jackson. No, I'm sorry. That is Christian Cruz. Christian Cruz, Coach. Meanwhile, though, if that's the case, we've got a runner in scoring position already for Lovington and no outs. Coming up next, either way, it's going to be Jude Madrid. Jude's a freshman. Paul, of course, once again, a junior. Looks like he is out. So instead of having a runner at third, first out. So no error on that one. Well, there might have been, but it's nevertheless, though, still out number one. Jude Madrid coming up next, and I think this is going to be one of those that Artesia is going to be able to handle with that first out. Person goes across for the ball. Want to know is the count. Have another delivery. That one's going to find the corner for the strike. Strike one. Count goes to 1-1 for Madrid. Coming after him would be Paredes. Auden's going to be playing first base. That's going to go across for the ball. 1 or 2 and 1 is the count. It's a nice day out here. It's going to be warmer tomorrow, but still a nice little breeze, and the sun, of course, out. We've got some clouds to our left. They may or may not be an issue. As that one gets hit up the middle, it's going to find the gap, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. That's definitely going to be a double at the least. As he lets it bounce off the wall and goes to the warning track, he's just going to be a double for Jude Madrid. It's a nice double for that one. First hit of the game for Lovington. Wildcats coming up next with Paredes, followed by Sepulveda. Actually, it may not, so it may be Thurman. But either way, let's see what happens. As around here, it's going to be Auden. Auden is a junior. First one goes across for the strike. Strike one. 0-1 is the count. Moves back to second. Delivers. Byers takes that one for a ball. So 1-1 is the count right now. Looks back, throws, and now it's going to go right up the middle. Could be a possible dangerous throw, and it will be out at third. So that is the second time that a Wildcat has gotten to third, and it is out. But the fielder's choice will get Paredes to first. So it is Juan Sepulveda. Next up, clear. First pitch comes across to go down the pike for a strike. Strike one. I'm sure this will be the fourth batter. So 0-1 is the count right now. One on. Swung on and missed. Strike two. That was a big cut, but just couldn't find the ball. 2 out, 1 on. Here comes the delivery. Just been outside. Had it to give. 1-2 the count. Thought he could maybe get him to chase, but instead did not. Kept his ground and saw that it was going to be outside. This one's going to be up the middle as it goes over to second and will be an easy out for the fielder's choice once again. And it's going to be Auden Paredes with out number 3. Nevertheless, though, it is the end of the first, or bottom of the first now. As we go into it, there'll be 1 hit, no runs. 1 left on base. There was no strikes, no walks. And we're going to go to the bottom of the first. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage, whether you're on Lovington Sports 2 or Lee County News and Sports. Be back in a moment. Still not quite sure what happened at the beginning of that first inning, but nevertheless, it is bottom of the first. Going to be coming up first will be Jet Fuentes as he faces against Sepulveda. It'll be, let's see, I don't have any numbers on Sepulveda. No, they weren't quite kept up. Nevertheless, though, game number 2 in this game 1 of the doubleheader, and continuation of the series from yesterday. Once again, the score 22-8 after 5 innings. Lovington did get a few at the end, but could not catch up to continue the game. Youngsters, though, here versus experienced players. So next year it should be interesting to see how Artesia bounces back. They said several of these players were on the team in 2024 when they lost by 2 to the Pirates of Grants. And you have a feeling that that's what fueled them last year. Maybe it is this year as well. You never know. But coming up once again, Jet Fuentes. Jet, a right-hander, is a senior. And here is his first attempt, or first pitch. Didn't sink enough. I thought it was going to, but instead will be a ball. So 1-0 is the call right there. Sepulveda still on the mound, still dealing after 1 throw. Low, and it's going to be a bouncer. Ball 2. I may have tried too hard on that one. Sometimes that's what I do. Hold on to it a little too long, and before you know it, it goes out of your hand wrong. But still 2-0 the count. Lovington dealing again. Bit outside, just a bit outside for ball 3. So Fuentes ahead of the count, 3-0. With no outs, nobody on. He is the first, bottom of the first. And that will be a walk. So Derek Warren coming up next. He is the second baseman for this game. Already has 1 on. And Derek playing second base is going to take his time before he gets in the box. Juan going to go ahead and deal. And that is going to find the strike zone, strike 1. So 0-1 is the count right now with a little lead off for Jet, and that's Fuentes since there's 2 Jets on the team. That goes across. Jet is going to steal, and they're going to let him. Count goes to 1-1. So Warren with 1 on at second now. Gets that one hit, and it will be foul to the right. Out of play. So 1-2. One and two. Here comes the pitch. Inside and high. And that will be a ball 2. Derek had to get out of the way. Well, went out of the way anyway. Got out of the way of that pitch. So 1-2 is the, or sorry, 2-2 is the count. Looks back to second, does have it covered, but we'll go ahead and throw. He is going to steal third. So the count goes to full. So Jet at third now. And the count at full for Derek. One on the mound, delivers. Hits that one, oh, right to him. Hits his leg as it bounces off of him. And that does interrupt the play just enough to get him on first. That would be Derek, of course. And an RBI. Coming up next is Jack Byers, the pitcher. To make sure Sepulveda is all right after being hit by the ball. It's 1-0 so far, bottom of the first. Byers going to go ahead and hit for his own cause. He's already got the lead so far. 1 on as he steals, and that'll be a wild throw. Didn't even have to slide. And it is a hit by pitch. So thought that was for a second something else, but instead it would be Jack to first and Derek on second. So Dalen Pacheco coming up next. Dalen is another, almost everybody is a senior, but he is a senior for the Bulldogs. And the senior, he is playing at first base today for this game. And he'll be batting with 2 on, no outs. Looking back to second. Juan going to deal, and that'll be a strike down the middle. So Pacheco, Dalen with a 1-1 for the count. There's also another Pacheco on the team for junior Destin Pacheco and senior Dalen. It's that one a double steal and no throw once again. So Jack is going to move to second. Derek to third. So advancing the runners, or the runners advance pretty easily. That one's going to go across. No call. Ball 2. So 2-1 is the count for Dalen. One with that delivery. He's going to get hit. It's going to be high as it drifts up. It's going to be in infield. And that'll be over to shortstop. Shortstop gets the first out. That'll be Jude Madrid for the catch. And now it's Jet Whitmar. So the second Jet is going to be out there. Although Jet did score. So it is 1-0 right now with 1 out. Swoboda with a throw and a swing and foul. Just going to go backwards. 0-1 the count for Jet Whitmar. Whitmar is a senior. He's going to be playing center field. As he say, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. Here we go, and that's going to go high for the ball. 1-1. So bases 2 on. Get on without giving up a run. And that one's going to go foul to the left. 1-2 now is the count for Whitmar with 1 out and 2 on. And the ump steps out for a moment. Got a ball on the field, barely, but nevertheless, though, it did get taken care of. It was run of Lovington. Inside, moved, and that's going to buy for a 2-2 count on that ball. So 2-2, 2 on, 1 out. It's going to go high, and it's going to get it to full, 3-2. Thank you much for being here, whether you're in Lovington or anywhere in the world, even Artesia. Thank you very much for watching us as we get into this game. This is Ron Gunner. I am relieving TJ Miracle, and that's going to be relieved all the way over to left field. He's going to get underneath it and be able to catch it, but that's going to be a sac fly as one comes across in time. Let's see, that is going to be Paul Sanchez, who was able to catch that one for out number 2. So Brent Usherwood is coming up next with 2 outs. There was 1 on, so it was an RBI sac fly. And that means 2-0 so far. So Brent Usherwood's coming up next, a senior. Going to look back and deliver. Hits this one high. It's going to go into right field. It looks like, actually it wasn't out of play. He lost the ball. It almost hit him in the head as he had given up. Of course, that is going to be for Paredes, who thought it had gone out of play. But again, if he would have looked up a little longer, he might have been able to catch that one in the foul territory. Nevertheless, though, he did not, so it'll be a long strike. There we go, fix that as Brent is on at 0-1. Yes, this one up the middle, back over to Juan. And it's going to be a long single with an RBI to boot for Brent. So Elijah Carrasco, the junior, coming up next. He is the third baseman. And 3 runs have come across so far. So bases with 1 on first. Of course, once again, that's Brent Usherwood. As Elijah gets ready in the box now against Juan. 2 outs, bottom of the first. 1 on, a check swing. He's going to go ahead and get the strike called anyway. It went down the middle. And 0-1 now for the count. Diego Morales coming up next. Juan on the mound, going to deliver that one. That's going to be a wild pitch. Either way, it's going to be a stolen base for Brent. Count goes to 1-1. Three nothing is the score. Yes, indeed. Looks back. He's got a big lead, but he's going to go ahead and move forward. And that is going to be a foul ball. Sometimes it just comes out foul. Count now at 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Gets back again. Carrasco ready for the delivery. Juan about to. That's going to go high for ball 2. Had it to give and will. Runner at second with a big lead. Goes, looks back. Nobody there to cover him. And now, maybe, as he gets to a rundown now, as Juan is going to go ahead and pitch it over to third, and that is going to be out number 3. So that is going to be the bottom of the first is over with. We're going to go to the top of the second. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. It's all happening right here in Artesia and on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. All right, score in the bottom. The bottom of the first. It was 2 hits, 3 runs. No one left on base. No errors. No strikes and 1 walk. We also had a hit by pitch as well. Go to the top of the second, and it is a 3-0 game. Lovington coming up next with their first batter, Peyton Thurman. Thurman is on. We're going to be playing at third base. And Jack Byers once again on the mound for the Bulldogs. Defending champs, almost 2-time defending champs. Just lost that one in 2024 to the Pirates. Here comes delivery, and that'll be a swing and a miss, strike 1. So it'll be 0-1 for the count so far. That one goes across for the ball. 1-1. Last time this team beat Artesia was in Lovington back in 2023. That one's going to be delivered outside, ball 2. For that game, back on 4/21, it was Artesia 3-0 at the end of 1. After 2, it was 4-3 Lovington in the lead, with that one being swung on and missed for 2-2 the count. Then after that, after the third, it was Artesia tying it up with 1 run, and they went to the 5th, tied at 4. Or sorry, that is, oh, that's right, 7-4 is the score. That one goes across, strike out. And it is Peyton who's going to go down swinging. Out number 1. So the catcher, Jonah Wood, is going to mount there. He is a sophomore. See what he can do with the stick as he gets his first attempt. Low, then chase it. Ball 1. So Thurman goes down. Now it's up to Wood, and then of course after that it's going to be Dallas Barrera to bat. 1-0 the count. Nobody on, 1 out. That's going to go across for a strike. 1-1. Nice day out here for some baseball. Baseball has been very good to me, as that is going to be a strike. Actually looked like that was going to be strike 3 on that one, because he got rung up. So Wood gets set, second strikeout in a row. And now it's Dallas Barrera, the sophomore, coming up next. Nobody on, 2 outs, top of the second. And Byers looking to see if he can get out of this inning. Going across for the first one, a ball. 1-0 the count. So far, 1 hit allowed for Lovington. As that one goes across, didn't quite make it. 2-0. Barrera back in the box. That one goes a swing and a miss. Man, that was a nice cut, but connected with nothing except for the strike. 2-1 the count now. I'm going to try again. Swing and a miss. This time it was a bit outside. Probably shouldn't have swung at that one, but nevertheless he did. And we've got a 2-2 count. Now Dallas has got to protect the plate if he wants to continue. And he does. That's going to be fouled to the right, out of play. Count stays at 2-2. 2-2 count. Jack Byers on the mound, and he's throwing to Dallas. Yes, he does have a good arm. Oh, he rung him up as he went low on that sinker. And that is strike number 3, and that was 3 strikeouts for that inning. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage. This is all happening right here on the HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube, whether it's on Lovington Sports 2 or on Lee County News and Sports. All right, getting back there. Much for being here as we continue this contest. Bottom of the second. That bottom of the first was no hits, no runs, no errors, 3 strikeouts, and no walks. So it was 3 up, 3 down, unfortunately for Lovington. But and that's a bad throw from the catcher. Hopefully that is the last time that happens. But a lot of stolen bases for Artesia so far as they go to the bottom of the second. Diego Morales coming up first. Oh, that's right. Elijah did not get the out, so he is going to come back. First one's going to go across for the foul ball. Strike 1. 0-1. He was sitting at 2-2 when the out came about at third base. That's right, he was trying to steal, so he never got the throw. He was still alive at the bat. So Elijah Jr., the only junior on the team, gets that one just to the end of the bat. Going to get that over to second and rally it to first in time for the out number 1. So for the 4-3 and out number 1. And that is going to be, see if we got this right, that is Barriga, or Tristan, the freshman who got that over to Paredes for out number 1. Coming up next is going to be Diego Morales. Morales in right field for the defense. First one's going to go wild. There's nobody on base, so it doesn't matter. Ball 1. 1-0. There's no pressure when you have nobody on. Nobody on, one out, bottom of the second, with Diego Morales at bat. Got that a strike anyway. Check swung, and it is Juan with the nice strike down the middle, or at least in the corner. 1-1. Another delivery, and out from the catcher. Catcher's doing a pretty decent job of keeping the ball ahead of him for the most part. Jonah Wood. So Wood, if you could. Count goes to 2-1. Gets that one. It's going to be a little blooper. It's going to go to third, but not in time. So he's going to get that nice little hit for the single. And Diego is going to find first base. Charlie Campbell, the fourth, coming up next. He is left field today. I've seen him a few times. He is excellent both on offense and on defense. Let's see what he's going to do with one out, one on against this Lovington team. Juan, though, going to try to see if he can get him out. First one's going to go high for the ball one. Wind looks like it is a little effective as far as it goes from right to left. It's not going to cause anybody to knock it out of the park, though, as that goes back to first. And he slides back in time, so safe. Back to Juan. Juan's going to look back again. Check the runner. He is back to his big lead. Going to throw this time. There'll be a throw to second. Not in time, but it is corralled. So it is a steal for Diego. And that throw is going to be a ball. So 2-0 the count. Charlie back in the box. And it is Juan who's looking back to second. Goes ahead and delivers. Inside, thought about a swing, did check it, and looks like it'll be a ball. Ball 3. Close call from here, but it looked like he did stop the bat before it went across the line. 3-0 with one out. Sorry, 3-0 with one on. And one out. Ring that one up for strike 2. 1, actually. Strike 1, that's right. So that is the first strike for Charlie. Still ahead of the count, 3-1. Gets that one hit just past third baseman. It goes in the outfield. Looks like it'll be a single RBI as he stretches it out to a double. So Charlie gets the double and the RBI as Diego gets across and increases it to 4-0. We got the top of the order now. Jet Fuentes coming back. Had a walk in the first and scored. There's a runner at second. Looks back once again, has it ready, but will deliver. Gets that one across for strike 1. Jet Fuentes looking at an 0-1 count with one on. Juan already has the runner steal third. As he was throwing, he was running. So that is going to be, once again, Charlie getting on the horse, getting a third. And that was a ball. So 1-1 right now for Fuentes. Off to the left. I did find the strike zone after all. I was going to call that a ball, but it didn't. Nope. The ref or the ump said that is a strike, my friend, and so it is 1-2. So Juan with 1 and 2 for the count. Hits that one, and no change. 1 and 2 still for the foul. So Jet trying to get on base, or at least get a hit, maybe even get an RBI if he does get the hit, depending on where it goes. Now he's going to get hit, foul to the left, just barely. It looked like it had a little bit of a bounce, and it could have been fair. So 1 and 2. Actually, yep, stays at 1 and 2 with the foul. This one gets hit, and it's going to get socked over to the left, up to the wall, off the warning track, and it didn't bounce out, but it'll be a double nevertheless, an RBI double for Jet Fuentes. What a way to get a hit. So that'll push it up to 5-0. 2 outs. As once again, Charlie is able to get across. Coming up next, Derek Warren. Last time he was up, he got a single and was able to score off the RBI single as well as his own score. It's going to be a wild pitch. It'll take Jet over to third. And the count will be 1-0. So 1-0 is the count. 1 on, 2 outs. That's going to get hit right to Sepulveda. Wasn't able to get it. But let's see. It looks like, yep, they got the 4-3 on that one. After it was slowed down by Juan. And that'll be out number 3. Let's go ahead and pause for a moment. Be back. We'll continue to cover it right here. Oh, that'll be 2, actually. Sorry, I'm trying to be ahead of the count. That's right. I only got 1. Now I've got 2. So let's see. That is going to advance and get Jet to score. So Jet makes it 6-0. That'll go across for the strike, and that is Jack Byers, who is the pitcher. 0-1. Sorry about my eagerness. 0-1. And that is strike 2. You know, I know they call them hot dogs, but what do they call them when they're cold? A chili dog. That one goes outside. Ball 1. Counts now 1-2. Wildcat throws. Low. Ball 2. So 2-2 was the count. Still has 1 to give. Does Sepulveda. Nobody on though. That one gets across, and that'll be foul, unplayable. Count stays at 2-2. Goes across. Looks like we've got a full count. Juan still on the mound. Delivers, and that'll be hit to the left. Going to get to shortstop. Shortstop's going to try, but a bad throw. And that means he will advance to second off the error. So Byers at second now off the, I guess you'd call it, no, you would call it an error. Coming up next, Dalen Pacheco. Sophomore out there helping out. Already stealing second to third. No, didn't even have to try. So that's Jack Byers at third with a steal. So runner in scoring position as that one goes across for the ball. A little high. Inside and almost striking Dalen Pacheco, and so he's now got a count of 2-0. So 2-0 the count. 2 outs, 1 on at third. That goes across. There you go. Oh, wait, nope, that's 3-0. I thought he had a moment where he's going to give that a mark, but nope. The ball call as it just misses just a bit outside. 3-0. Ask me high, ball 4. Now we got runners on the corners. So Jet Whitmire coming up next. Last time he was up, he had the fly out for an RBI. Flew out to left field. Could do it again. He was the second out of the first inning. This is the second inning. Steal already, and that's going to go high in the air. Let's see what we've got, as it could be up. I don't know why he backed off on that thing, but nevertheless, it was second baseman who had it for a moment, but then apparently lost it in the sun or something. Nevertheless, though, he did back up and lost it. So that'll be Tristan Borrega, who ends up not able to get it. And that's when you want to pause for a moment to be able to get that in the books for Jet. That is a single. And that moves that moves Pacheco to third. So 2 outs, and that'll be a 2 on. That'll be a steal. They're going to go ahead and try for the wild pitch and get in. And does. Once again, that's going to be Pacheco, who is going to be able to score. 7-0 as the runner advanced to third from first. That'll be Jet Whitmore. Brent Usherwood is on now. 1-0 is the count. We had to duck out of that one. I don't know. I guess it didn't hit him, luckily, but 2-0. Got close as it went right over his head. Actually, it would have been in the midsection if he hadn't ducked. 2-0 the count. Sepulveda still on the mound. 2 outs, though, with 1 on. I'm going to take that one low, and that's going to be ball 3. So 3-0 is the count for Brent. And that'll be a walk with Brent at first and Jet Whitmire at third. We are going to have a meeting on the mound for a moment, see about possibly getting a switch on the pitcher, as they have a meeting to find out if he's all right. So far, he's been through 1 2/3 innings. Just can't seem to get that third out. As Elijah will be next to bat. He already batted once. He was the first out of the inning. That's right. So I'm going to stick with Juan a little while longer. Don't see anybody warming up over there. So Elijah Carrasco, last time up, like I said, he was on the top of the second, or the bottom of the second, top first batter. Got the shallow infield out, 4-3. Got the runner already stealing. He has gotten to second. Don't want to have another steal home, so Usherwood to second. Usherwood second. First is going to be covered by Whitmore. And Elijah in the box gets this one delivered. Gets it across for the strike. 1-1. So 2 on, 2 out, second and third respectively. And here we go with the delivery. Strike 2. And now Spadovia, after that little timeout, is ahead of the count. 1-2. Swung on, and that'll be strike number 3. That'll be it for that inning. We're in the top of the third. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. This all happening right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network as well as on YouTube. Whether you have it on Lovington Sports 2 or on News or Lee County News and Sports. Thanks for being here, and we'll be right back. All right. We are back. 4 hits, 4 runs, 1 error, 2 left on base, 2 walks, no strikes. We got Jeremiah Romero, the designated hitter, coming up. First one swing and a miss, strike 1. So we are in top of the third. Strike 2 on that one as it goes across without a swing. 0-2 is the count. Romero behind. Swung on a miss, strike 3. As he gets set down, swinging at least. But that'll be out number 1. Coming up next, still in the first lineup, our first order. Tristan Baega is going to be up here in just a sec. Here he is now as he is playing second base. First one goes outside for the ball. Ball 1. So one other count. Tristan ahead right now with with nobody on, 1 out. Swung on a miss, strike 1. So 1-1. Hit, and that's going to be foul to the left. Looks like out of play. Oh, yeah. I think he left the park. Nope, there it is. Didn't quite leave the park, but it was out of play. Long strike makes it 1-2. That's going to be hit high. Is it going to be playable? No, it is not. As it goes backwards towards the crowd, to be in the net. With the Count will stay at 1-2. Jack Byers with the delivery and the pitch. Going to go duck, but it's still a strike. And that'll be number 2 on the inning. 2 up, 2 down so far, 2 strikeouts. Coming up next, we've got the top of the lineup, Paul Sanchez. Last time up, he did get, oh, that's right. That was that weird play. I thought he was at third base, but instead ended up being out. So let's see what he, of course, he's got to be better if he gets on. First one's going to go across, though, for a strike. 0-1. Byers delivered, swung on, missed, and maybe a foul, but either way, it's going to be strike number 2. So Paul is behind on the count, the junior, 0-2. Just been outside, didn't chase it, so count goes to 1-2. Jude Madrid coming up next. He is warming up. That one goes inside for the ball. 2-2 now. Count is even at 2. 2 outs, nobody on. Paul trying to answer back from what happened in the first, whatever that was. Swung on and foul tip. Stays alive. 2-2. Staying alive, staying alive. Gonna swing on it, miss. That one, that's strike 3, and he's gonna go down swinging. That means 3 up, 3 down on this one with 3 strikeouts. Nobody on base, no hits, no runs, no errors, and no walks. We're gonna go to the bottom of the third. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. It's happening all right here in Artesia, New Mexico at Bernard Park. Welcome back to action as Diego Morales comes up to the plate, or batting box. Second time up for Morales. He had a single and did score in the second inning. 7-0 is the score. We're at the bottom of the third. That goes across nicely as strike 1. Juan Sepulveda is still on the mound. After his timeout, he's been pitching a little better. It's going to go across for strike 2. Trying to see, I don't see anybody over there warming up. So 0-2 is the count. Sepulveda with the deliverance. Gets that one across, misses, and that'll be ball 1. Thought that was going to hit the corner, but it did not. 1-2 now. Crowd out here, mostly in orange. That goes across for ball 2. Sun kind of affects when it goes down a little bit further. It'll be going into the left field, blinding the left fielders. This one's going to get hit up the middle. It's going to find its way possibly in the gap, and it did. Between second and center. So that means that Tristan couldn't get it, and it was too short for Abraham Rodriguez. So a shot makes it a single for Morales. His second. Charlie Campbell coming up next. Campbell had a nice RBI double. Runner steals. They're going to try to get second, and a nice throw, but didn't get there in time. So Charlie's sitting on a 0-1. Deliver, that's going to be across. Wild pitch is going to get Morales to third. So count now is at 1-1 for Charlie the Campbell the fourth. That goes across for the strike. 1-2 now. After Charlie will be the top of the order. Jet again. Jet Fuentes will be at bat. Delivery at 1-2. Here we are. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Strikes out Charlie. Charlie went down. Sorry, Charlie.
Now batting for the dog, number 2, Jet Fuentes.
So 1 down. And coming up next will be Jet Fuentes. Fuentes had an RBI last time up. In fact, he had a double RBI and got on with a walk in the first. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. So runner at third, 1 on, 1 out. Fuentes here before. He's been. And here we are with the delivery, and that'll be hit. Foul. 0-2 now for the count. Jet gets back in the box. Facing against Sepulveda. And it'll be a swing on a miss. Drop strike 3, and that'll be, oh, wait a minute. That'll be safe and safe. The throw to first was in time, but dropped. So it'll be a strike, but he'll be on. And an RBI, except no RBI, but still another scorer will run across, or come across. And that will be for Morales. So that's right, that's 2 outs. No, that's right. It wasn't. Would have normally been, but catcher didn't catch it at first. That's going to be popped up high to the right. Underneath second base. He's going to catch it for the out. That is going to be Derek Warren, who had that pop-up infield out. So Jack Byers up next with 2 outs. Got a runner at first. Jack Byers last time got on by error and scored. Throw, swung on and missed. Will be safe at second for Fuentes. So that's what I thought. A run did score. I didn't make yet. Now it has. Looks back to second is Spodovra. And going to throw to third. Not in time as the runner gets to third. Of course, once again, that'll be Jet. So he is from a drop third strike to third base. 2 outs. And once again, Jack Byers on the mound. In the batter's box. With a count of 1-1. Delivers that one across. Strike 2. Nicely done. 1-2 the count. Roswell defeats Hobbs in softball in game 1, I believe. And that will be 10-5. Once again, Roswell defeats Hobbs. The Eagles go down in softball 10-5 over the Coyotes. That is going to be a look on, no swing, and Byers goes out 3. And that'll be strike number technically 2, but you know. So we're going to go to the bottom of the, actually we're going to go to the top of the 4th. Be back in a moment as we get our numbers together. We'll be back. Continuing coverage right here. All right, officially the scoring looked like it was 1 hit, 2 runs with 1 left on base, 3 strikeouts, and no walks. We're going to go to the top of the 4th. And here is Lovington coming up. First up is going to be Jude Madrid, taking care of business every day, the freshman does. He is playing shortstop today, at least for this first game. And we are underway as Artesia huddles up on the mound. The infield does anyway. So last time Madrid had a double, but was stranded at third. He wants to see what he can do to get better at this next time. First one goes across. Looks like that is going to be a ball. And it is. Ball 1. So 1-0 is the count. Here we go again. Byers gets that one to swing. And Madrid misses it. 1-1 now for the count. Six o'clock on the dot, or 6:04 actually, if you want to keep score. Rhyme as that one goes left. It's going to find the gap and hit in front of the left fielder for a single. Auden Paredes is coming up next. He had a fielder's choice, got on to first, but was stranded as he got caught. But 1 on. No outs. Lovington with a starting to threaten a little bit. That goes across for a strike. Strike number 2. So Madrid hits this one up the middle over to shortstop. He's going to take it a second, Let's see. Did we get them both? Yes, we did. Unfortunately, that's a double play. And that is the 4-6-3. So the 4-6-3 on that one for Madrid, and it's 2 outs. Oh, wait, nope, sorry, that's 4-6-3. Now a bit of a meeting of the minds. Thankfully, I can get a chance to get this corrected. There we go. So with 2 outs, Juan Sepulveda is coming up. Juan being the pitcher. He had that's what it was. Last time we hit was in the second inning. Trying again as the umps are talking to, or at least to Jack Byers. Score is still 9-0. We've got 1 out so far. Looks like we may have 2. Oh, we've got a runner. All right, never mind. It was a 4-6, but the 3 didn't get there, so just 1 out. Off a fielder's choice. So 1 out, not 2. And Sepulveda coming up. Looked like an out on first, but instead he was safe. Swung on, foul, tipped. And it'll go backwards, but nevertheless, 0-1 for the count. There we go. Peyton Thurman up next after Sepulveda. Going to get that as a strike, even though he did swing check that one. It was still across the pike for a strike. 0-2. Also have other games going on right now. Lovington Lady Wildcats playing. And swung and missed. Strike 3. That'll be strikeout, and that'll be out number 2 for the top of the 4th. Peyton Thurman coming up next. Last time he struck out, as he led the second inning. First one's going to go across for the strike. So runner at first right now with 2 outs. Get that across, and it found the corner for the strike 2. So 0-2 as Thurman gets back in the box, trying to get something with the bat going. With 2 outs and 1 on, that's going to swing and hit it foul. Count does not change. It is at 0-2. Getting a nice little crowd here on this nice day, Friday. And if you're not here, but if you're here as far as watching, thank you very much for being here. Too many heres. Here. Swung on a miss, strike 3, and unfortunately that means that is the end of the 4th, or the top of the 4th anyway. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 4th. Artesia up 9-0. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage. We're here in Artesia, where it's Artesia versus Lovington, and it is 4-0 district Artesia versus 0-4 Lovington. All right, living on the edge. That is what Lovington is right now. 9-0 is the score, bottom of the fourth. And it is just one score away from being a mercy rule at the fifth. Nevertheless, so we still have a game. So getting back into it. Pitch throws from Sepulveda, who is still on the mound. That is going to get Pacheco. That is De Leon. First one's going to go across for the ball. Low for ball two. Thought that might have caught the corner or something, but or the bottom, but it did not. Too low. 0-2 or 2-0. And goes across for ball three. So bottom of the fourth, 9-0. Could be a quick game if Artesia gets one more and Lovington cannot answer back, but one step at a time. Jet Whitmire's coming up next. Jet had a single, or not a single, but a sacrifice fly out in the first. So that one goes across for ball four. Jet Whitmire coming up next. Also had a single in the second. And thought about stealing, but instead runs back. So that will be a count of 1-0. So Jet Whitmire with Whitmore. 1-0 count. Going to go low, ball two. How low can you go? 2-0, one on, nobody out. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Wind blowing a little harder now as that goes across. He's going to go ahead and steal off the wild pitch. And that means Daylan Pacheco is at second. Count goes to 3-0. Looks back. Will deal, and that'll be ball four. So no advancement on second as that gets Jet on at first. So 2 walks in a row. Coming up next, Brent Usherwood. Looks like we will have a change in pitching this time around, though. Yes, indeed. So we're going to see a change in the pitching, and let's see who gets it. Looks like it could be numero uno. Peyton Thurman coming in. Looks like he's going to be warming up here, and absolutely. So let's go ahead and pause for a moment, as that means it should be that Sepulveda is going to take his place. So just a swap. So Sepulveda at third and Thurman pitching. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here. Thanks for watching. All right, we got a new pitcher coming in, Thurman. So we've got Sepulveda at third. Pitching is going to be Thurman. First one's going to go across a little high for ball one.
Now pitching for the Wildcats, number 1,
Peyton Thurman.
Peyton Thurman.
So first one goes across for the ball one. Not a very good position to be in with 2 on and no outs. As that one goes across, will be a wild pitch. Advances the runners. And Brent will be at 2 and 0. So Thurman, who, as you all know, or most of everybody knows, is a sophomore. So big shoes to fill in the bottom of the 4th. Delivers. Couldn't quite get it to drop, so it'll be 3 and 0. With Elijah Carrasco coming up next. Peyton with the delivery, gets it across, and hits it foul for strike 1. So Brent Usherwood was able to get a walk last time and a single his first time up for an RBI single. 2 ons, or 2 on with the 10th score, or the 10th run coming across. It'll be at third base. And with it being the bottom of the 4th, could be a shortened game. Doubleheader today for these 2. Game 1 right now still. That one goes across, swing and a miss. And that'll be a wild pitch, so it'll be, the run goes to 10 now. As that was Pacheco, Dylan Pacheco. And Brent goes to full count. So full count's on. Now 1 on with no outs. Swung on and missed. Ball, drop strike 3. Going to throw it to first, and that is not going to make it again. That's the second time a third drop strike is going to make it on base. So runners on first and third right now for this Artesia team. You know, sometimes when it rains, it pours. And it seems like all the luck is for the Artesia Bulldogs. So right now sitting at 10, Elijah Carrasco coming up next. They found me. Elijah had, last time up, a walk. Actually, no, it was a strikeout. Dribbles across, going to go ahead and get the runner to second. It'll be Brent. Elijah Carrasco at 1 and 0. Yeah, Coach Cruz knows that this team is young. The Lovington team is young, and they're still learning and growing. This other team, Artesia, has been around each other for a long time, and that's the reason why they connect so easily, so effortlessly. Count goes to 2 and 0. I would imagine they've been playing together for at least 3 years, if not longer, together. Swung on a miss, strike 1. Two and 1, the count. Swung on and hit over to first. He's going to run it out and 1 away, as that is going to be a run comes across. That will be, of course, Jet Whitmire. So it goes to 11 now. And Carrasco out, number 1. Diego Morales, 1 on, 1 out. 11-0 score. That one gets hit up the middle. May be able to find its way to the glove. It did. That's out number 2 as Diego hits a fly ball out. It will be an RBI as well.
Charlie Campbell.
So still able to continue to get there with 2 outs. And Charlie Campbell back up again. Last time he struck out for the first out. That's going to go ahead and hit him, and it'll advance Charlie to first.
Now batting number 2, Jet Fuentes.
Back to the top of the order, Jet Fuentes. Last time he struck out and was able to get on, and I do believe he also scored as well. So Fuentes on. Charlie at first. 2 outs. Hits this one deep to left. Let's see if it stays fair. It will. And he's able to get underneath it and be able to get the 3rd out. But not before some damage was done. Let's get back in a moment, let you know all about it. As we have it right here, that was Paul Sanchez who was able to get that catch. Great going, Paul. We'll be back in a moment. All right, we're going to go to the the top of the 5th now. 3 runs come across, no hits, 3 walks, 1 strikeout, and 1 left on base. Coming up next for Lovington, for the Wildcats, it'll be Jonah Wood. Catcher takes that one, goes across for ball 1. Actually, I think that was a strike. 1-1 is the count so far. Top of the 5th. Lovington needs 3 runs as that one gets fouled, fouled. Hits him a little bit and continues on. Count is now at 1-2. Remember, everybody, we have another game after this. That's going to go high for ball 2. 2-2 the count. Now he's going to go ahead and strike him out. That is 3 strikeouts in a row for this pitcher. Still on it, Jack Byers. Dallas Pereira coming up next. Dallas had a walk last time up. Actually, nope, he had a strikeout. So 3, 6, it has been 9 strikeouts in the last 4 innings. As we have a helicopter going over. First one goes across, or next one goes across. That'll be, I was too busy looking at the helicopter maybe. Strike 2. There's a hospital next to us. Swing check on that one is safe, so he did check his swing. It'll be 1-2 now. Close to it though. So 1-2 with one on, no, sorry, one out, no on. And ball 2. 2-2 is the count right now. I hear the helicopter, I just can't see it. Did not swing on that one, and it'll be strike 3. That is the second strikeout for the inning. There we go. 2 down, top of the 5th, and again, if Lovington cannot put any scores in, this could be the end of the first game. Jeremiah Romero coming up next, the designated hitter. Struck out last time. That first one's going to be a big cut and a miss. Strike 1. Got a ball on that one, so 1-1 is the call right now. 1-1. Gonna find that one for the strike. This could be one pitch away from the end of this game from Byers who can get a complete game. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and that will do it. So that is the end of game 1. We're going to go ahead and pause for a moment. That was 12-0. And let you know, let's see. We're going to get, so far that is 3, 6, 9, 11 strikeouts for Jack Byers. And we're going to go ahead and get started up for game number 2. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. It's all happening right here. Thank you very much for watching. All right, we had the first game of 12 to nothing. It was 3 to nothing after one inning for Artesia. They scored 5 more in the second, 1 in the third, and 3 in the fourth. And that's all they had to do. 12 to nothing once again was the final score after 5 innings, or technically 4.5 if you want to be technical. We will be going underway for the second game here. You know how that goes, though. You never know exactly the official time when it's going to start, but it does get started around 25 minutes, though, usually after the first game ends. So let's pause for a moment. Be back. Once again, thank you very much for being here. We've got game 2 coming up. I'll remind you again in just a moment. It's senior night here, it seems, as the seniors are going to be honored after this game. They've got some gifts and stuff over on the side, so it should be interesting to see. But we will cover this game, the second game of the doubleheader. And that should be about it. Let me double check to see if there's anything to talk about from the first game. Otherwise, Roswell was able to beat Hobbs. Softball, 10-5 was the final score. Let's see, there is a doubleheader, so that is probably going on right now. As Hobbs had a record of 14-7 going in, or now, and 7-14 for Roswell. So a bit of an upset there. Texaco facing Tularosa. Yesterday it was Eunice who had faced Dexter, and that was a close game until Eunice blew it out. And that was the final of, actually no, it wasn't close. I thought it was close, it seemed like it, but scoring was a little different wise as far as it's 10-0 in the first inning, 5 after that for Eunice, and 1 in the third, and it goes to the fifth inning. 16 runs off of 9 hits and 3 errors for Dexter with 1 hit. So number one Eunice continuing to prove that they are the number one team of 2A. And then it was, who else plays today? Of course, Hobbs is playing against Roswell, and that is happening, Hobbs is playing against Clovis today in the single header. I don't have an update on that yet, but when I do, otherwise, let's see. That'll be it. So once again, Lovington facing the Bulldogs of Artesia coming up here in moments as we get ready for it. Yes, I do. All right, thank you much for being here. Looks like we got an update on the Texaco baseball game. Tularosa was able to beat Texaco 3-1. Thank you much for being here on this game number 2. We're going to start it in a moment. We got the sun going down. Maybe a factor for a moment in the left field, but after that, of course, then we're going to have the lights on. And the visibility should be a lot better after that. As it's approaching 7 o'clock, get about another probably legitimately 20, 25 more minutes of sun to deal with. As we get back to center, it looks like the coaches are getting together for the lineups. At least Artesia is anyway. Here comes Coach Cruz. Cruising on out there. 7-15 now with a 12-game losing streak is Lovington. Hoping to avoid 13, but Artesia right now riding on a 9-game winning streak. 15-7 is theirs, and so still continuing to be the mirror image or opposite of each other for their records as far as their overall records. 7-15 for Lovington once again, and 15-7 for Artesia. Wind seems to be blowing a little bit inward this time. It looks like it's going close to being my way, but not quite. As it goes right to left across the field, or actually technically from center to left. As we are about to get underway once again, about another 5 minutes, maybe 10 at the most. We'll be back in a moment to continue coverage right here as it's Lovington Wildcats. Game 2 in the doubleheader coming up here in a moment against the Artesia Bulldogs. I knew as soon as I said one, I was going to say the other. Be back. Both teams are ready, looks like, to start game number 2 of this doubleheader once again. Artesia was able to get on top and stay on top. The Bulldogs won. Final score once again was 12-0. So let's get into it. Erase the final score. Let's see, just reset it. Now we are officially ready for game number 2. So starting lineups for Artesia. Actually, let's go ahead and do Lovington. First one up once again is going to be Paul Sanchez. He's going to be playing in left field. Jude Madrid is going to be in at shortstop. It'll be Auden Paredes at pitching. Juan Sepulveda is going to be catching. No, actually, he's going to be at first base. It's going to be Peyton Thurman at third base. Catching will be Fernando Lujan, or Fernancio Lujan, with Lucas Quintina at DH. It'll be Lucas Baranda, Tristan Borrego, and Abraham Rodriguez. That first one goes across as a ball. So Paul Sanchez. So deliver one outside, ball 2. Once again on the mound for the Bulldogs, we've got Charlie Campbell. Charlie deals that one across as a strike. 2-1. Gets that second strike as well for Charlie, so 2-2 the count for Paul. Loses his hat a little bit, but gets that one across. Oh my, it was low enough, but not too low. Strike 1. Out number 1, once again for Paul Sanchez. Coming up next, it's going to be Jude Madrid coming up next. His first opportunity in this game. Delivered a little high and outside for ball 1. So 1-0 the count for Jude Madrid, shortstop. And he is a freshman, of course. Charlie going to deliver again. That time inside, finds the corner for a strike. 1-1 is the count. Deal this one across and finds the other corner for strike 2. So he is working the corners right now, getting those strikes called after the first ball. 1-2 for the call against Jude Madrid. Got him swinging, and that is going to be strike 3, and it'll be out number 2 for Lovington, as they had plenty of strikeouts in the first game. So Perez is going to be coming up next. That'll be Auden. Auden is in the 11th grade, so he's a junior. Charlie going to wind up. First pitch. Be low for ball 1. Getting all choked up before that one comes across. That is strike 1. Catches the corner on that one. So Charlie in command right now. That one goes off the catcher. The fastball goes to a ball. 2-1 for the count. So 2-1. Just a bit outside. Oh, no. He caught the corner. How? I'm not sure, but nevertheless, that is a strike call. So we've got a count of 2-2. That's going to get hit up the middle. Looks like it's going to be a fair ball. And definitely going to be a single for Paredes. So Juan Sepulveda, who pitched the first inning, or first game, is now going to be first baseman, is going to be batting next. Charlie on the mound still as he deals. Campbell with the ball and outside for ball 1. Takes a good eye, discipline to be able to not swing at everything that tries to come across. 1 on, 2 outs. That one goes inside, ball 2. We up after Sepulveda is going to be Peyton Thurman. Swung on and missed. Oh, foul ball, tip, but still strike. 2-1 the count. It's going to go across, but it's going to be a ball. 3-1. So 1 on, 2 outs. Sepulveda trying to get something going with his bat. Here we are. That goes across, full count now. Batter had it to give up, and he did. So Juan at a full count now with 1 on. Going to go ahead and steal. And that'll be low, so it didn't matter anyway. He's going to get to second, as that is a walk.
To the plate, third baseman number 1, Peyton Thurman.
So Peyton Thurman, third baseman, is coming up.
To bat boy.
2 on, 2 outs for Lovington. Trying to make a presence and get an early lead. That one goes outside for ball 1. 1-1 is the count as we start just about 7 o'clock today, or for this one. That one goes across the pike for a strike. Strike 1. Lujan coming up next. That one goes just a bit outside for ball 2. Count goes to 2-1. Looks back to second, delivers, delivers. Outside, ball 3. Three and 1 the count for Thurman. And that is sophomore taking that a walk, and bases loaded now. So Sepulveda at second, it'll be Paredes at third, and Thurman at first with the walk. Prudencio Lujan coming up next. He is catching today, or catching this game. The bases loaded and 2 outs. Lovington has their best chance to score. First one goes across though. Strike as it is watched. He does need to hit the ball unless of course he gets walked. Second one's going to be low and wild pitch. It's going to go ahead and see if they can score. Nope, he was ahead of the throw and caught out. And may have been hurt as well in the process. That is Auden Paredes. Shook it up, but I think he's going to be okay. But he is out number 3 as he's caught once again at home. So stranding 2 on there. Had no errors. Couple of walks. 1 strikeout. Let's see how many hits there were. 1. 1 hit, no runs come across, and it is the bottom of the first. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage all right here on the Lovington Sports 2 and also on Lee County News and Sports. Want to thank our sponsors, without whom, of course, we would not be able to put these on the air for free and worldwide as well. As we get into the bottom of the first and hit second. Just realize that. That helps. So I'll do that again with the A team in a moment. But in the meantime, it'll be first up will be Jet Fuentes. He is a senior. All of them are seniors except for one, which is Carrasco. That'll be Derek Warren coming up after him, second. Jack Byers third, and Delone Pacheco fourth. So coming up. First pitch underway. Once again on the mound for Lovington as that first one goes across for the strike. That'll be Andre Paderas. So Jet, first one up. Strike on the first. And the ball call on that one, so 1-1 for the call against Jet Fuentes. Of course, orange is the color for Artesia, blue, and the gray is what Lovington is wearing. High ball on that one for ball two. So 2-1 the count right now. Nobody on, and this is the first batter of the bottom of the first here at Bernard Park. That one finds the corner for the strike. 2-2 is the call now. Showing some skill right now early on the mound. It'll be impressive if they can hold or slow down this hot Artesia offense, especially with the winning streak of 9 in a row. That one goes across. 3-2, full count now for Jet Fuentes. Going to deliver this one. Going to be hit and foul as it goes backwards and into the crowd. So no change in the count. 3-2, coming through, and once more time again. Paredes with the delivery, gets it across, goes wild. Nobody on base, but that'll be a walk. So now there's somebody on base. So first one, walk. Derek Warren coming up next. This team hits very well. That's one of the reasons why they are number 2. And just under Goddard Rockets as they are number 1. Bunt attempt, steal on the way, and it looks like it might be barely safe as it was a tag right on as he was able to get to the base. So it looked like a great throw. Just a little behind, but otherwise looked perfect. So that first one was a strike. So 0-1 for Derek. Timeout. 7:18. We still have a little bit of sun left, but it looks like it's going to be less of a factor now. So no outs, 1 on at second, and the second batter up, Derek Warren. Derek gets the ball call on that one. 1-1. Looks back to second. Thinks about throwing. Is going to anyway, and no, threw it off the bag. Otherwise, well, he still was safe, but could have been a lot different if he had thrown it towards the bag instead of away from it. That goes across for the strike. Nicely done as it goes down the middle. Now it is 1-2. Hopefully the lights will come on soon. Looks like a little dark for the camera. It goes just a bit outside for ball 2. So 2-2 is the count. Here in Artesia, New Mexico, where they are dominant in sports. Lovington was not too long ago. They want to get back into it, but they're young right now. So one of the reasons why they're having troubles, struggling with other teams. And a 12-game losing streak. That one is hit to the right. It's going to find the gap as it goes, and it could be a single, but an RBI single, and it will be as it scores 1. And that'll be Jet Fuentes to get across. So RBI single for Derek. Coming up next is going to be Jack Byers. So 1 on at first, no outs. And 1 run scores already. Tall kid. Couldn't believe how tall he is, but yeah, he is he could stretch his arms out and be able to get on the other side of the box with a bat. Doesn't have to. Looks back. Did not throw. As it was Derek who got back to base. He's going to do it again. And to be safe again. Trying to catch Derek off guard. Could have then, but instead throws, and it's going to be at second. Not quite in time, but a good throw, though. Still a good throw as Derek goes and steals second. Count is at 0-1 for Jack. Goes across, a little low and outside. That'll be ball 1. Slowly getting some last of the sun. As that one goes across, he's going to throw it to third. Not in time, but did get it from going to the outfield. So Derek has stolen 2 bases, gotten to third. Now we're going to see about that. I wasn't looking. Umps are together to see what's going on as manager is trying to explain the situation. Now the ump's conversing, trying to figure it out. Yeah, still on right now is going to be Jack Byers. So he is out at third. Here's Derek. Oops. For batter interference. That's what I thought, but wasn't certain. So coach is trying to tell him it was a process. It's part of his process, but instead the umps are not hearing it, but they will listen again. So we are at 1-2 for Jack. Trying to get some body language on that, but not getting too much. So as the sun does set to the west, looks like we are about to get underway again. Coach Steele walking over there now to so I expected the batter to be out, not the runner. So that is Jack is out, number 2. Of course, the crowd here, being homers, are not happy with the call. So that is 2 outs for Derek and Jack. And coming up next is going to be DeLone Pacheco. So 2 quick unanswered outs, or at least unexpected anyway. One is going to be from batter interference. So maybe that's the reason why both of them were out. There's still one on at second. Let's see. It's going to be a bunt, not a bunt, but a foul ball. Should mean, all right, so it's not 2 outs, it's just 1 out. So I was right about that. So runner at second is still, looks like that is going to count for steal. So the batter was out, not the runner. Runner went to second, now he's at third after the steal. Went high for the ball 1. So it's 2-0. So Pacheco on right now. Gets that one hit, it's going to go to the left. And it's going to be well over there for out number 2, but did not get it. So a blooper to left field is going to be out number 2, but he does get the RBI, as Derek does get across for the run. 2-0, 2 outs, and coming up next is going to be Jet Whitmire. Turned out I wrote his name wrong, so I do apologize, Jet, for that one. First one goes across for the ball. Jet with a 1-0 count. Whitmire looking at empty bases, 2 outs though. And to the left, or outside for ball 2. See if we can catch the corner on this one. We got close last time. That is not going to find it. I thought it hit the bottom of the strike zone, but it did not. Went below it. So that means it'll be 3-0. He is really ready for a hit on that one as that goes across, and it will be a strike this time as it goes down the pike. 3-1. So intensity is growing as Auden is on the mound once again, trying to get something going with the pitching. Gets that one hit, and will be a full count now. The junior Auden is pitching pretty well so far, keeping it down to 2, but still in the bottom of the first. So full count, nobody on, 2 outs. Here's the delivery. Swung on, and that will be foul ball. Count stays at 2. Wasn't certain about that for a second, but it was a foul ball, and now the count goes or stays at 3-2. One more to go. Just a bit outside. Not sure why he's running. It was a strike. It wasn't a strike. It was a ball. So walks. Time for walkies. Now comes Brent Usherwood, the senior, catching today, or this game. So Underwood, the senior, going to be up next. Two outs, one on. And that is going to go foul, which means that Jett is going to have to run all the way back after that foul. So we've got sunset. Another 20 minutes or so of light. Light should be coming on pretty soon, though, as that one gets stolen, and it looks like it's going to be just a bit outside for the steal this time for Jett, as he gets 2 second. And the count goes to 0-2. 0-2 as he looks back to second. Goes ahead and deals. That one is going to be a ball. Thought he was going to wind it up for a second, but he did not. So 3-0 the count. Brent ahead. Brent Underwood. Usherwood ahead of the count. 3-0. Looks back, delivers. And that'll be a walk. I thought for a second things were going to happen, but looked like Jett stumbled for a moment. But instead, it's going to be a walk. So Carrasco up next, the junior, playing at second base this time. Let's see what the ump is saying. So 2 on, 2 outs, 2 runs so far have come across in this bottom of the first. Right now on the mound once again is going to be junior Auden Paredes. First one goes across, and it is a strike. So first and second covered, 2 outs. Goes back, looks back, nobody on to cover it. And it goes and hits the ground as it crosses the plate. 1-1. This is batter number 7 for Artesia in this first inning. Looking back, going to go ahead and get a wide berth for third base. And that is actually going to be thrown out for a steal 2. So crossing the plate is going to be Jett as he gets a score. And the runner, Brent, is going to move from first to third. So Elijah's sitting there with a 1-1 count. Actually, I think it's going to be 2-1 count, but let's see. Yep, it's going to be 2-1. Hits that one, and it's going to go to left field. Is able to get it. Yes, he does. Falls to the floor or ground, but he does get the third out finally for Lovington. That was Paul Sanchez once again at left field. But the damage has been done so far with 3 coming across. We'll go to the top of the second. Be back in a moment. So I've got 3 runs off of 1 hit, 1 walk as well. Oh, no, 3 walks. No strikeouts, 1 left on base, no errors. Let's go to the top of the second. And it is Artesia on top by 3 0. Lovington has been unable to score so far on this day. And Artesia, nothing new, but definitely would like to see them score. As the last game went to 5, in fact. They did score 2 in the last game before this year. Last season it was 12-2 and 11-5 were the losses. And it started off with 11-0 for Lovington as they faced Artesia in Lovington. Actually, it was probably the other way around. Anyway, first one up, swing and a miss, strike 1. And that is going to be for Peyton, nope, Lujan. Let's see. Well, it must have been 14, all right. So that is actually struck out. That is going to be against, I had him in the last lineup. So it'll be Jeremy Romo. So Jeremy Romo gets the first strikeout. First one's going to go across. Strike 1 for Lucas Quintana. And a foul ball makes it strike 2. So it is 0-2 right now. As I get my lineup in order, and that's going to go outside for ball 1. So Lucas up. That'll be second batter for the inning. Goes across, strike 3, and that is the second strikeout of the inning. Coming up next is going to be Lucas Baronda. Barunda is a junior. Hopes to see what he can do with the bat, as that was junior Lucas. So 2 Lucases in a row. First one's going to go across the pike for a strike. Second one, hit on and foul back. Strike 2 as it goes to the right. So Charlie dealing from some good stuff, good heat as he's keeping the Wildcats on their toes, unable to hit so far, but hopefully gets that one outside. Nope, it's going to be strike 3. 3 up, 3 down on that one, as that is going to be in order. So no hits, no runs, no errors, nobody left on base, and 3 strikeouts, no walks. We're going to go to the top or bottom of the second, and it is still a 3-0 game. Top of the or bottom of the second, and Artesia holding on to a small lead. Bulldogs getting into it and going to be on offense next with the defense going to the Wildcats. You're on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, whether it's on Lovington Sports 2 or on the Lee County News and Sports. Thanks again for watching. Be back in a moment. All right, welcome back as it is bottom of the second, and we are into almost getting into the top of the lineup once again for Artesia and the Bulldogs. Coming up next is going to be number 3, Diego Morales, the senior, who is at right field and on defense. First time up for this game. And Auden on the mound for the Wildcats. First one's going to go across for the ball. So ball 1-0 for Diego. Morales with a look. Took a thought about swinging, and instead does not. Ball 2. Words, right? All right, 2-0. There's that one high and outside for ball 3. Maybe I should just stop clearing my throat. That'll fix it. 3-0 is the count right now. And that one will be ball 4. So first one is a walk. And Charlie Campbell coming up, pitcher. Been doing a pretty good job of getting some strikeouts in this game and denying Lovington any kind of opportunities on the base running. The lead right now is going to be Diego Morales. That's going to go high for ball 1. So 1 on, no outs. Starting bottom of the second, that's going to go across as a ball, and it's going to be thrown to second. Not in time, safe for Diego as he gets another steal. So stealing is what this Artesia team does. It's a good thing we're not next to the police station. We're instead next to the hospital. 2-0 is the count right now for Campbell. Charlie Campbell, the 4th. As he steps out of the batter's box, gets back into it. Going to square it up, see what he can do. He's a pitcher, apparently, who can hit as well. And he does. He hits this one, but it's going to be a pop fly up. It's going to go to left field, and it's going to be caught by the left fielder. Shouldn't he have tagged up? He did catch that. So that is Paul Sanchez once again who gets that one. Apparently he did tag up because he got to third pretty quickly. I think that's the second time, though, that Charlie has hit to left. So runner at third now. As Diego got to third. So Diego, 1 out though. And top of the order, that'll be Jet Fuentes. First one's going to be a ball. So 1-0 the count. Getting that one across, strike 2. Actually, no, sorry, strike 1. 1-1 the count right now as I'm trying to get ahead of the count. Also looking to see if there's any updates anywhere. High on that one, and ball 2. 2-1 the count. Looks over to third. And now deals. Swung on and hit. That'll be just past third base. It is going to be fair as it'll score Diego. And that'll take him all the way to second. So that is for Jet, an RBI double. And the score goes to 4-0. Coming up next, Derek Warren. Warren was able to get on, but somehow, due to interference, was actually no, he scored. That's right, Derek scored, so he's all right. In an RBI single, as well as run come across. First one's going to go across, low and outside for ball 1. And that's going to be hit up the middle. Looks like it's going to find the gap, and it does. Right in front as he throws home, and that won't be in time. So the RBI double for Derek. So for Jack Byers coming up next. And that'll be 5-0 so far. 3 in the first, 2 in the second for the Wildcats. Sorry, for the Bulldogs. Jack Byers was out because of interference. We'll get, oh, well, if that would have been caught, it would have been out, but instead will be an error throw, and that'll go for a run. Run scores 6-0 so far. As that'll be error number 1 at least. Off the error. Jack Byers, though, still on the plate, on the mound, on the in the box. I'll get that. In the box. Still Jack. Just Jack. And it's 1 out so far. Hits this one, and it's going to go deep to center. Is it going to make it? No, it's going to hit the wall, the monster wall. And it's going to be a long double, maybe a triple if he can get to it. Up, nope. Shortstop tried to get it, but just bounced too many times. He managed to stretch it out to a triple. So Byers with a double to a triple. Now back into it once again will be DeLone Pacheco. Pacheco had a fly ball out for an RBI sacrifice in the first. He flew that out to left. So 1 out, and this one's going to be hit to the right. Looks like it might go straight to, oh, he misses it. He misplayed it. And that's going to be an error and an RBI. So goes to second. That's going to be off of, I'm going to say actually a double. And another run scores. So almost 8 o'clock, and we've already got, actually not even 8 o'clock yet, we've already got a meeting on the mound. It's going to see if the junior, or is it sophomore? Junior is going to be able to continue on, Padre Paredes. We'll be back in a moment. It's coming up next is going to be Jet Whitmire. Looks like we are going to continue with Auden as the runners get back. Yes, indeed. He is going to continue to pitch. Got 1 on right now, and coming up next is going to be Jet Whitmire. Whitmire had a walk and ended up scoring. Actually, it is 7-1. That's going to be a wild pitch, and it's going to get the runner to third. That'll be Pacheco. DeLone Pacheco. Now Jet Whitmire is looking at a 1-0 count. For Artesia. 4 runs have come across so far in this second. That goes across. It will find the corner for the strike, 1-1. Second time up for Jet in this game. So 1-1 the count. Here we go with another delivery. Gets it across down the pike for a strike. I don't know why, but that was Jet trying to duck, trying to fake it to make it a ball spare. And instead, a strike 2. So 1-2 is the count right now. So we're under the night lights. That one goes across. Ball 2. So 2-2 is the count right now. Nice, cool night. Got some people here. We've also got, let's see, someone warming up. As soon as I get a moment, I might be able to see who that is. Lovington trying to get out of this inning without changing pitching, but sometimes you have to do what you got to do. That one gets hit, fouled backwards, and out of play. Count stays at 2-2. Meanwhile, another throw, taking its time. Gets hit up the middle, and it's going to find its way to the ground right in front of him too, as he's able to get another run. So an RBI single for that hit. And Brent Usherwood coming up next. 8-0 is the score. Let's see. So that was DeLeon Pacheco. And now we're going to get, looks like the pitching change is once again, I was going to see who's over there warming up. Looks like it is going to be, actually no, he's already out there. So that's number 3 out there. That is going to be Judd Madrid. Will be changing, so that looks like shortstop to pitching, and then Piedras to shortstop. That's usually the way it works. Let's pause a moment, be back, and we'll continue coverage. It's all happening right here on the Hobbs America Network, along with YouTube. You're on Lovington Sports 2 and Lee County News and Sports. Back to it once again. It'll be number 7, Brent Usherwood, coming up next. As there is 1 out and 1 on. running, is going to try to throw him out at second, and this time he gets him. Out at second, the punch out at second. Nicely done throw. He's been throwing well, just hasn't been able to get there in time, and the second baseman has not been able to get in position, but that time it worked out perfectly for everybody on Lovington. So out number 2. Gets back to it inside though, and that'll be ball 2. So 2-0 the count. Makes it 3-0. So 3-0 the count. Swung on and missed. Strike one. Struck one. So 3-1 the count right now. Looking for another one of those. Low ball. Strike 4. Ball 4. 2 outs, 1 on now at first, as it is Brent Usherwood once again taking his base. And Elijah Carrasco. Elijah Carrasco coming in with 2 outs, 1 on. Last time he was able to get on. No, he wasn't. Who's out? Number 3. First one goes, and it will be safe. Hobbs able to rally back in the second game to win against Roswell, the softball Eagles. As that one goes across, it'll find the gap and maybe be a single as it goes to third. So it's going to be a stand-up single for, that'll be Brent, right? No. For Elijah. So Brent is able to get to third. Diego Morales coming up next. Diego had a walk, was able to score. Got a couple of stolen bases as well. First one goes low for ball 1. So anyway, it is final score 9-2. Hobbs able to get. And a third out. So we'll be back in a moment. We'll change sides, let you know what's going on, and be back as we continue coverage right here in Artesia. It is Lovington 0 and Artesia 8. All right, so that was 6 hits, 5 runs, 2 left on base, I believe, and then there was also 2 walks, no strikeouts, and no errors. We're going to go to the top of the third. And it will be Tristan Barrega. Tristan, a freshman, is first time up at bat. First one is going to be a strike as he goes and swings at it, but misses everything. Strike 1. Thank you all for being here on this Friday night. That one goes across for the ball, just a bit outside. Abraham Rodriguez is going to be next. He is playing at center, and it is Borrega who is at second base. Outside, no swing, and ball 2. 2-1 the count. 8 o'clock straight up. Hello and welcome. Swung and a miss, strike 2. 2-2 is the count. Wherever you are, whether you're in Lovington, Artesia, or anywhere in the world, thank you for being here. This is Ron Gunner. I am taking place for TJ Miracle on assignment for the softball. That is me, strike number 3, out number 1. Artesia has been good at striking out. In fact, they've had 7 strikeouts so far. I believe. First one goes across and will be ball 1. Actually, no, it's 6. So right now they're at 6 strikeouts. After 2 1/3 innings, that's going to go across to strike 1. Once again, Adam Rodriguez batting, senior, and playing at center field. So he's seen a few hits come across. As the top of the order, looks like that is going to be, actually that is Paul Sanchez, sorry. Paul Sanchez on right now, that's right. Adam doesn't bat. So Paul Sanchez, 1-1. He did strike out the first time up. That's going to go across for Paul for ball 2. Looking for a bunt, going to get out of it, and a strike is called as it goes down the middle. Hits the mark. 2-2 now. Going to wind up and deliver. Swung on and hit. That'll be foul as it went right back to the backstop. 2-2 though is the count. Charlie Cooper though still on the mound. Still pitching a strong game. That goes inside for ball 4. Take your base, he says. Yeah, that or a hit by pitch. Either way, no, I think it was.
Now batting number 3, Jude Madrid.
So Jude Madrid, the freshman coming up, struck out last time. We're going to try to see if he can get something going with the bat. With 1 out and 1 on. First one goes across, down the pike for a strike. It sunk really nicely too. So 0-1 is the count. Nope, no swing on that one. Strike 2. Oh, wrong one. There we go. 0-2 the count against Jude Madrid again, the freshman. So freshman has a few more years to go before calling it a career, and at least in high school. That's going to hit his back. Hit by pitch, and that is not a good way to go, but does get him on base. And it moves Sanchez to second. So Paul at second, Jude at first, and coming up next, Auden Paredes. So 2 on, 1 out. Auden up next. Auden was able to get a single, but he was called out as he tried to get to home, was tagged out off a wild pitch. Could have been a run, but nevertheless, though, here we are again. So that first one goes outside for the ball 1. So 1-0 is the count. Goes back. Let's see. Nope, did not get it in time. Safe. So nice try to get him at second. Didn't catch him sleeping. But a good attempt once again. Was able to get picked off a steal a little earlier in this game. Want to bat again, and instead throws forward for the ball. Oh no, I'm thinking about Lovington did it. Lovington was able to pick off the runner, not Artesia. So Auden still there with a count of 1-1. Swung on and hit, foul. 1-2 now. So 1-2 the count. Get a nice little wind here. Next keeps it cool. That goes across, and oh my gosh, that's going to be a strike. So there's out number 2. 2 on, 2 outs now. Coming up next, it's going to be Juan Segovia. Juan was able to get on with a walk. With 2 outs and 2 on, right to get a hit. Going to go ahead and throw that to second. Was able to get it there from the shortstop. Shortstop tracked it down. Wasn't really in the good position to be able to tag him, but nevertheless, Jet Fuentes did catch it. So it didn't go out to the outfield to advance the runner. Once again, this time it's going to be an out. Caught them snoring. And unfortunately, that is going to be out number 3. As you cannot sleep on this Artesia Bulldogs team, and that definitely cost them a run. So that is out number 3. Let's see, Juan coming up here in the next inning. But for right now, it is going to be at the bottom of the 3rd. So we'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage. This is all happening right here. Thanks for watching. So I've got the score down as no hits, no hits, no runs, 1 error, 1 left on base, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, and we go to, and I've got Charlie with 7 strikeouts so far. 3 in the second, 2 in the third, and 2 in the first. So yes, 7 altogether. As we go to the bottom of the 3rd. And a huge lead, 9 or 8. No, it's 8-0. 8-0, that's right. 3 in the first and 5 in the second for Artesia. And pitching right now, warming up once again. It's going to be number 3. That'll be Jude Madrid. So as we get into it, of course, it is now dark. And Diego Morales once again coming up to bat first. He was actually batting when the 3rd out happened, so he is back again to see what he can do. Person goes skipping outside for ball 1. This one's get hit the middle over second, and that'll go to the wall. Be at least a double as it goes to the warning track and hits the wall. He's going to go all the way to third, and he's going to continue on. No, he's going to go back. And that is now he's going to, no, he's not. He's just going to stay there. But a triple for Diego. It's interestingly see, nope, he didn't, but I was thinking, that's it's too soon to say he hit for a cycle. But a nice shot up the middle, found the gap, and went all the way to the wall before it was taken care of. Could have probably got an inside the park home run, but did not want to be too greedy about it. And so got the triple instead. Charlie Campbell, the pitcher, coming up next. He did fly out in the first, or second, I mean. Going to try again. And that is going to go to the shortstop. He's going to get it and try to get it to first, but not in time. So the RBI single for Charlie is going to help his cause as he scores Diego Morales, and that makes it 9. So top of the order once again, it'll be Jet Fuentes. He had an RBI in the second, and that was a double RBI. Hobbs was not able to win against Clovis, and that was in Clovis. Clovis 6, Hobbs 2, as the steal goes on, and that will be safe at second for Charlie. So no throw. Or was there? As we get a pinch runner, 17. Well, he's just 17, if you know what I mean. And that is Jared Flores. Gerard Flores. So coming up on a 0-1 count for Jet. That's going to get up middle. Same thing as just a moment ago. It's going to find the gap, but it did not hit the wall this time as it is rallied back, but it will be a double, RBI double, as it does score Jared Flores. So now it's 10 runs for the Bulldogs, and that is going to be a double for Jet. Like I said, an RBI double. Coming up next, Derek Warren, a senior, sorry. The senior, who is now up 3 times. Got on with an error. Actually, no, sorry. Got on with a double and hit a single the first time. Has had 2 RBIs. Swung on and missed, strike 1. Don't have to worry about that. So that's strike 1. 0-1 the count with 1 on and 2 outs. Is there 2 outs? Actually, there's no outs. That's right. A bouncer. It's going to go ahead and advance the runner to third for Jet. And that'll be 1-1 for the count. Jack Byer coming up next for Jack Byers. Once again, thank you for coming in. If you had watched Clovis and Hobbs, Hobbs unfortunately lost that game 6-2 against Clovis in Clovis. They have a 1 game on each side, so those games count. So they split the difference just like they did with Roswell, Hobbs did. So 2-2 for the district. This one's hit, foul, just barely. Count goes to 2-2. 10-0 so far. That'll be, I thought he was going to rear back, but nope, indeed he did not. So that'll be a ball. So full count now. So full count with Jack Byers up next. Right now, Warren Waiting for another delivery from the relief pitcher. That is going to be a walk.
Up next for the Dogs, number 12.
And now runners on the corners, first and third. And again, pitching for relief is going to be Jude Madrid. So coming up next in the order is going to be Jack Byers, followed by DeLeon Pacheco. He's going to go over to first, and runner is safe at first. So that's what that's there for. Okay. Nope. As the runner gets the ball, and the runner goes to second, safe at second for Derek. So once again, Jack ready to go. And that'll be dangerous, and it's going to be safe somehow. I know I thought he was going to be able to get there in time, but no, another run comes across. Stolen this time. Looks like that was from Jet Fuentes. And Derek is now at third. So Jack 2-0. So down to one runner. 11-0 is the score right now. Number 12 could be number 12 if he does it right. Hits this one, and it's going to go to the right. And no, he did not catch it. I thought he was going to, but he did not. Instead, will miss it, be able to get it. It looks like it'll be a triple. Is what he's going to run to, and yes, he did. So that'll be Jack Byers to third, RBI as well, as that is an error. And Leon Pacheco coming up next. As we've had 4 runs come across in this inning. We have a moment. We have a timeout. Let's see if we're going to take another, get another pitcher out there. Yes, we are. Looks like he took the ball. Again, we are back in this game with a new pitcher. Let's see, once again, that'll be already has to tie his shoe. That is Jonah Wood, the sophomore. So Judd Madrid tried to get his mojo working. It didn't work quite as well as they'd like. As that first one goes across for a ball. So ball one for Pacheco. This one gets hit to the left in the gap. Will find the outfield and be miffed as it is not taken properly, but in the end it's just going to be a long single anyway. So one down, or next one up is going to be Jet Whitmire coming up next. He had an RBI last time up, RBI single. First one goes across and will be a ball. Ball one for Whitmire. Went up by 8-21. High and wild, but ball two. So 2-0 the count for the center fielder. I'm going to throw back to first, and would have been not in time anyway. It bounced out of the glove, but the runner did get back in time for Pacheco to be safe. So no outs, one on, gets hit foul. Makes it 2-1 now. So 2-1 the count. And right down the middle, nope. All right, so to the left. Just outside, apparently, and it's going to be ball three. 3-1. And we walk on the ball four. So it takes Pacheco to second. It'll be Whitmire to first. And coming up next is going to be Brent Usherwood. Brent Usherwood. Usherwood has had 2 walks. So he's been walking a little bit. Bottom of the third right now, we've got 5 runs come across. That is tied for the most in this game. 3 in the first, 5 in the second, and 5 in the third. And we've got a count of 0-1. Outside, ball 1. 1-1 the count right now. Crowd still here enjoying the game. Did not drop, and that'll be another ball. 2-1. I'd have to look, but I don't believe Lovington has even had a hit this game so far, as that one goes over for ball 3. So the count goes to 3-1. And ball 4. So bases, they be loaded as Brent gets his base. So it is Elijah Junior Elijah Carrasco at second base. Looking to see if he can get a grand slam out of this one. Maybe go to Denny's too. First one's going to go across a little high. It's going to be a wild pitch. Looks like it will be for the score. So no grand slam anymore as one comes across. And that will be, looks like Pacheco. So Whitmire at third and Usherwood at second. And the count goes to 1-0. Elijah now dealing with 2-0. 2-0 is the count, 2 on now with no outs. Lovington trying to get out of this inning. Kind of feeling deja vu if they get 12 on here. 3-0. 3-0 count. Diego Morales, who started this inning, is going to be next. And that'll go down the pike. Oh, no, it won't. It did go down the pike, but it was a ball. And that'll load up the bases once again. So Diego at first. Actually, no, that's not right yet. Diego Morales, who got a triple last time. First one's going to go across for the strike. Was able to score as well, but that was the top of this inning. Goes across for the ball, 1-1 now. So full bases loaded, no outs. Morales swings and hits it, but foul. 1-2. One and two the count now. Bases loaded. It's on a little high, had the ball to give, and now it's 2-2. 2-2 on this Friday evening. It's almost 8:30 now. Just been outside, ball 3, so full count. And on the mound once again, it's going to be Wood. No, wait. That one gets hit up to the right. It's going to find the gap. It's going to score 1 as it is taken in, and 2. So it almost cleared the bases. 2 came across. That'll be Jet. It must have been a pinch runner in there as well. But Charlie Campbell coming back up again. Last time he had a single that turned into a double, RBI double. RBI single, I mean. And 2 more came across. Or 1, well, actually, there we go. 8 across so far in this inning. That one's going to go up the right for Charlie Campbell. It's going to go to the wall. It's going to score 1. He's going to get a triple and score 2, looks like. He's going to stay at second, or third, I mean. So Charlie Campbell hitting it quickly and hitting it deep and well for the triple and the 2 RBI triple as well. So we're still in the bottom of the third. It is 18-0, and it is looking a little like it did yesterday in Lovington with a big, momentous Artesia inning. First one goes across, there'll be a ball. Still no outs. Still no outs. 1-0 the count. And a little high ball. For the 0-2 count. Swung on, and that gets him on his knee, but misses, and will be 2-1. 2-1 the count right now for Fuentes. Who last time had a RBI double. That'll be a strike. Strike 2. 2-2 is the count. That's going to be hit high and shallow. It's going to be at the pitcher's mound where he'll catch it for out number 1. And no runner, well, runner that was on base did not advance. So it'll be Derek Warren again. Warren had a single. Was able to score off of Jack Byers. First one goes outside, ball 1. This is game number 2 of a doubleheader where Artesia won the first game. They won yesterday as well, 22-8. That one gets hit foul back. 1-1 is the count right now. Jack Byers is ready to go next. With 1 out though. 1 on, 1 out. Bottom of the 3rd. That one goes across, finds the corner for the strike. And it makes it 1-2. That one is hit and will stay fair, just fair, but it finds the gap in the corner. It will be 1 run as it's an RBI double for Derek. I think that was just another day. Just another day. Jack Byers coming up next. We've had 11 runs come across. There we go. Good news. Artesia just scored this inning. No, I'm kidding. It's 11, but they can't get the 10 in there. First one goes across for the ball. Let's fix that. One and 0 the count. So 11 runs go across. 19-0 now. That one's going to get hit up the middle. Looks like it could find its way. And no, actually it's going to find the back of the wall. So it'll get to the warning track. And will be a double, RBI double, as coming across is going to be Derek Warren. So an RBI double makes it 20-0. Looks like we're going to get a change in on the mound once again. So we're going to take a break, be back in a moment. As we only had 1 out during that time, so a 3rd inning was pitched by Wood. I'm going to find out who the pitcher is. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here.
When it comes to loving you, I'll do anything you want me to. I'll do anything at all. And I'm standing here for all the world to see.
Number 13, sophomore Daniel Martinez. He's going to be pitching next for the Wildcats. The boys in blue. Hoping to be able to get out of this inning. Still only 1 out so far. 12 runs have come across. And it is now 20-0. So getting back into it once again, let's see. We've got batting again. Number 9. Maybe not. Maybe 9 is, nope, that is Pacheco. 4th time up to bat. First pitch goes across for the ball. Already there. Because I'm already there. 1-0 the count. Gonna go inside, ball 2. It's gonna be a nice night tonight, looks like, from the weather, although it's gonna be warmer tomorrow. Ball 3. I know, I'm trying to get, if I call it, they will note it. But instead, ball 3. 3-0 the count. That is hit low but swung high. Going to be a deep ball that's going to go to the warning track. Could not get caught. It'll be at the wall for the long double. I think that was going to be, that looked like it was an easy out, but instead we'll go to left field for a double as the runner Jack goes to third. So mishandled once again, not sure exactly why, but I know from some time to time it does that. Paul Sanchez missed the opportunity for the out. Coming up next is going to be Jet Whitmire. This will be the 4th time for Jet to be in this batting. $20-0 so far. That is going to skip across for the ball. So Jet 1-0 for the count right now. That one goes low for ball 2. Two and 0 the count. Low for ball 3. Still 2 outs away. Outside, ball 4, take your base. For Jet Whitmire. Coming up next is Brent Usherwood. Has bases loaded now. And Brent has had some hits. In fact, actually he has not had a single hit. He has walked base all 3 times, but he has scored. So walked, hasn't had a run yet, or hasn't had a hit yet. And that looked dangerously close to being him get hit. But instead it did not hit him. And it hit me instead, no. So 1-0 the count. Goes and hits it, and to the left, it will be foul. Just out of the side of the park now. But a long strike is what we've got. 1-1. It's 1-1 to score. Going to be hit and going to get past the shortstop into the outfield for 1 run coming in. And that will move the runners and make it now 21. As that was Brent, once again, Brent Usherwood with an RBI single. So Elijah Carrasco, another opportunity with bases loaded. He had him last time as well, but was walked. He did get a single in the second. And he was out number 3 in the first inning. No one's going to advance on that one, as that was ball 1. So Elijah with ball 1. Want to know the count? And a sophomore on the mound, trying to get out of this as it goes foul for 1-1. So Daniel Martinez once again on the mound to relieve. Is the second, or is it the third now? Third relief pitcher. That goes low for ball 2. 2-1 now the count. So 2-1 for Elijah. Delivers, swung on, fouled, and strike 2. So bases loaded, 2 outs, 1 out, sorry. 2 and 2 is the count. Some of the faithful are taking off, looks like, or maybe they're going back. Strike 3 on that one, so that'll be a strikeout, as that is the second out of the inning. And that has been, it's been a while since we had an out. In fact, that was the top, it was Jet Fuentes who starts off the lineup, but that was the last time he batted. And now it is Diego Morales. Had a triple last time he was up there. And the first one will be a ball. So 1-0 the count. Tall kid trying to get something with the bat. Goes low, but finds the strike zone. 1-1. Morales gets it again, hits it, foul. 1-2 now. So 2 foul balls for Diego. Bases loaded. Here we go again. That's going to go backwards and will be a hit by pitch. That means one will walk in. 1 run will walk in. As Diego, who started this inning. And now we'll see Charlie coming back up again. Well, let's see. That was Pacheco, who finally got across. Charlie, who had a triple last time, up again. So let's see. Yep, that was a 2 RBI triple. Had a RBI single before that, and then flew out in the second. (22-0), 2 outs. That is right. 14 runs. 14. That matches more than what they had yesterday in Lovington. And bases loaded. Goes across, a little low for the ball. So 1-0 the count. Charlie in the box. He's going to hit this one, and it's going to be over to the left. Looks like it'll be, oh, he caught it. All right, so I was wondering if it was fair or foul, and instead Sanchez is able to pick it up and got it. Paul Sanchez with the catch for out number 3. In fact, he hit that one earlier in that similar spot. So that is out number 3. And for better or worse, after 14 runs, we are out of the third. Going into the fourth, and we'll be back in a moment as we continue all the coverage right here. And thanks again for all of our sponsors. Once again, we can't do that without them, of course. And you can see them, all the sponsors on the bottom of your screen. Thank them, and we'll be back in just a moment. I'll also thank the Mark Broadcasting for allowing us to do this courtesy, and it is always for free. So Martinez comes in, the sophomore, and able to get 2/3 of an inning with those outs. And it is Daniel Martinez, the sophomore, that helped get them through it. But yeah, 14 runs come across. That makes it 22-0. Coming up first will be, or next will be, Juan Sepulveda. And if it was, I was paying attention, I would have been able to say exactly the last time they were able to bat. But it is now 8:46. I think it was about at least an hour since they batted last. I mean, you never know how the inning's going to go. That one went a long, long time. So once again, $22-0 once again. Top of the fourth, we've got Charlie still on the mound, I believe. Let me double check though. Actually, that is not. That is number 10. So let's see. Thought for a second that looked a little different, but number 10, Lucas Atkins, a junior, going to pitch in relief. Oops. So there was once again 7 strikeouts for Charlie. Here comes the first pitch from Lucas. That goes across, and that is a strike. Well, Lucas Atkins once again. 0-1. Hits this one, going to go off the middle, and going to be misplayed by the second baseman. I was going to say second fielder for some reason, but no, that didn't sound right. So an error gets him on first, E4. Coming up next, now those are bat boys, will be Peyton Thurman. Let's see, Peyton had a walk in the first inning. First one's going to be ball 1. Swung and a miss, strike 1. No, it doesn't work that way. All right, so 1-1 is the count as the Wildcats are trying to get back into it. As TJ would say, they're trying to claw their way back into it against these Bulldogs. And goes outside for ball 2. Thank you for all those who are watching Hobbs and Clovis. Unfortunately, Hobbs could not pull off a victory on that one. 3-1 the count now. 2, that is Peyton Thurman once again. And outside for the walk, ball 4. So Peyton gets walked again. And that will move Sepovia to second. So 2 on, no outs. And it will be Romero up next, or up now, for ball 1. That was a strike. Strike 2, as that is going to be fouled back. So the count is 2-0 to Romario. And then it'll be Lucas Quintana. 2 on though. It'll be just outside for ball 1. So 1-2 the count right now. Once again, Clovis winning against Hobbs to split the difference on the 2 as that one goes outside for the ball. Hobbs softball also split the difference. 6-2 was the final score for Hobbs. 2-2 the count. Inside for a full count, 3-2. Three and 2 now with 2 on, and that'll be strike 3. Man, as Romero did not expect that to happen. We're out number 1. So caught him looking as that the next one is going to be junior Lucas Quintana. Quintana struck out last time up. That was against Charlie. Low for ball 1. That's going to be out, or fouled out. So that'll be strike 1. Tip, foul tip, strike 1. 1-1 with the delivery, and that'll be a swing on and miss. Actually, it'll be a foul, but that's going to go ahead and advance to second and third, respectively. And that'll be Sepulveda to third, and Thurman to second. Count goes to 1-2. Relief pitcher looking, going to go ahead and deliver. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Runners on second and third, we've got 2 outs. 2 strikeouts so far in a row. Lucas Barunda coming up next. Lucas struck out his first and only time up. Second time now. Swung on and missed, strike 1. Once again, this young team just struggling to get anything going strong, allowing 14 runs in the third, 5 in the second, 3 in the first. That one hit back, strike 2. Already behind the count right now, 0-2, just like last time. Tristan Barriga coming up next if he can. 2 on, would like to score. Outside, ball 1. Count to 2-1. 1-2. Swung on and strike 3. That'll be 3 up, 3 down on that one. Leaving 2 stranded. And we'll go to the bottom of the fourth. 22-0 is the score. And let's see. It was 3 strikeouts. No walks, I believe. One error. 2 left on base. And I believe only 1 hit. No, actually, there was a walk. No hits, and unfortunately, no runs come across. We are going to go to the bottom of the fourth. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Lovington Sports #2 and also Lee County News and Sports. See you in a few. All right, so the streak is going to continue, looks like, to 1-38 out of 39 games, and that means 10 in a row for Artesia. But right now, they are at the bottom of the fourth. Getting up first is going to be player known as number 1. Let's see, and that is going to be, actually, it looks like a new batter. So it'll be Logan Rodriguez. First one is a strike. So Logan Rodriguez. Let me get all this in time. 0-1 the count. Going to get the delivery and hit this one high. Could be catchable, and no, he didn't. He hit it off his glove, and it did not get caught. But real good effort over there for the catcher. That is going to be Romaro. As it'll be 0-2 now for Logan Rodriguez. Logan Rodriguez is a freshman. Hits this one, and it could be foul, and it will be just barely out of play. So the count will stay the same. Oh, wait. Count now is still 0-2. Hits this one high, and it's going to go center field. He's waving it off. Let's see, and it will be caught at center field. Thanks to the player known as Rodriguez. Abraham Rodriguez with that first out. Second one up. Number 11 this time. It's going to be so first one's going to be foul, look like. And the count goes to 1-1. Hits it and foul, 1-2. Ty Grayhouse swings on that one, and it's going to be a looper up and catchable. It will be at center field, just right of center field, or left actually, from my direction. As that is going to be Rodriguez once again, who is able to catch that one. Derek Flores coming up next. Oh, Jared Flores. Already hit this one. Looks like it's going to be catchable. And is. So 3 up, 3 down on that one as the backups try to do something with the ball and could not. So we're going to go to the top of the 5th. Could be do or die time. They need 13 runs to keep this game going. But Artesia very strong on the defense. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. This all happened right here. All right, we are back into it as we have a new pitcher. It'll be Ty, not Ty Friend. And it will be Mr. Martinez as he gets to the batter's box, takes the first one, and it's going to swing on it and hit it. Foul as it goes backwards. And Greg House once again, first pitch is relieving. Third one for Artesia. Trying to get some experience for some of the players. That is going to go low, look like, for the ball. Okay, so that is a new batter. Once again, it'll be Daniel Martinez. Oh yeah, the pitcher. And now we have a count of 2-1. So Daniel with it. Going to get that ball 3 as it went across. And the top of the order will be, of course, Paul Sanchez, the left fielder. Going to blooper over to shortstop, and he's going to get the 6-3, no problem, for the out number 1. So nice hit, just couldn't get it out of the outfield. And we have 2 more outs to go. Lovington trying to get back into this game, but right now Paul Sanchez with it. He did have a walk, did get to second, and struck out in the first. I'd like to get some hits going on, even though it is late around 9 o'clock, but would love to get something going on with the bats like they did last night. Try to get some runs manufactured. bunt, and that will be kind of hard hit to third as he gets it to first, and that'll be in time. Hit it just a little bit too hard for the 5-3 out, number 2. So it looked good until you saw that it went a little further than it should have. So third baseman didn't have to run as hard, got the ball and was able to hurl it over to first in time before before Paul was able to get to first. So Jude Madrid coming up, the freshman, struck out in the first, was a hit in the third, and that's the last time his bat did. Just been outside for ball 1. So the final out for this game, and again, it'll be 7-16 if Lovington loses. That one's going to be a swing and a miss, or 1-1. Afterwards, the seniors are going to get honored. That's going to go low for ball 2. Seniors for Artesia, by the by, just in case you didn't know that. Goes across the pike for a strike, 2-2 now. Started at 4 hours ago at 5. Was it 4:30? Nope, 5. And timeout once again by Jude. Hey Jude, don't feel bad. Take a sad song and make it better. 2-2 is the call. He's wanting to get on with nobody on, 2 outs. Definitely want us to make the most of this. It's do or die. That goes low and outside for the full count. 3-2 coming through. Is he going to walk or is he going to get the hit? Let's see. Outside for ball 4. So we continue as Jude takes his base at first. Coming up next, Auden Paredes. Paredes had a strikeout in the third, and a single was caught trying to get to home, but got caught, tagged out. Wow, pitch is going to get the runner to second. That's one of the few times they've stolen a base. Madrid to second. Count is now at 1-0. Just got started. Thank you very much for being here on this Friday night, 9 o'clock. You can watch this anytime you want to, but glad you're watching it now. Outside, nope, did catch the corner on that one, and strike is now, or that strike makes it 1-1. Juan Sepulveda is coming up next if he can. He's in the circle, or as they say, on deck. Going to throw back to a second. That was a risky throw, but he was able to catch it. So no harm, no foul, as that was caught by, let's see, new player on there. So it was Lucas Atkins, the junior, as that one goes across for the ball. It would have gotten the third if he would have not been able to get underneath it, which he did. So no harm, no foul. 2-1 the count. 2 outs, 1 on. Swung on and missed, strike 2, and that looked like a bit outside, but Paredes saw something different, apparently. He swung at it, missed, and now it is at 2-2. So it is a very crucial time for the Wildcats. Looking over to second, going ahead and deal. Oh, and got him on a sinker, and that is the third strikeout. That will be the ball game. 22-0 is the score as Lovington loses both those games. And it will be Lovington at the bottom again. I'm not sure, probably Portales as well, as they faced against a good Rockets team. Goddard. It is senior night over here once again, like I said a moment ago. But we will go ahead and call it a night. It has been a doubleheader, and Lovington did not fare as well as they would like to have, but they do have sportsmanship. Of course, they also have youth on their side. This Artesia team is very experienced, and most of them are actually almost all but one are seniors. So one of the reasons why they're doing so well is because they've had at least 3 years of experience together. Meanwhile, Lovington needs to work on that a little bit, as I'm sure Coach Cruz would say. But it is going to be a work in progress, and next year will be it. But right now, still in this year, still working on it. So we've got one more series to go, and that will be against, let me double check. Should be against Portales. So yeah, next week it'll be Thursday's game. Portales will be coming to Lovington to play. It is 7-15 Portales versus 7-16, now 7-17 Lovington, and that'll be happening at 5 o'clock to start. We'll have that right here on Lovington Sports as well as on YouTube and on HobbsAmerica.com. Thanks again for being here. For myself, for TJ Miracle, who usually does this, I'm going to say my name's Ron Gunner. For the girls back at the station, making sure this is all right, including Evie Stuber and Tiffany Stuber. And for you watching, you are always important. Remember that. Have yourself a great weekend as we continue moving on, moving forward, and enjoy this weather as well. It's going to get warm out there. And just like with Artesia, it is hot outside. So let's go ahead and say thanks again and take care. Have a good weekend.